Hey, Wilson. I use C++. Does my family know I'm wasting time? They think it's good to finish projects you start. This is for the robot, so how's that wasting time? Hey Mike, what's up? Still creating responses? What do you mean by that? I'm doing the robot AI. What are you referring to with creating responses? The robot watching my stream? Technically, technically the robot will be watching me. Every time he's running, he's gonna watch me through my webcam, but not my stream. He'll be just watching me at all times. But he could also watch my stream specifically. He'll be moderating my Twitch chat. Try my luck on Shark Tank. I don't have any product to bring to Shark Tank. Besides, I wouldn't want a shark involved with my businesses. I can't imagine what a nightmare that would be. Questions and answers from last time? You're telling me the last time I worked on the robot AI, I was coding the robot to ask questions and give answers? I don't recall doing that. Unless if you're phrasing it that way, but I don't think of it that way or something like that. From the beginning, my AI has opened up the AI starting point file and ran it all. So the first thing it learned how to do is output to console, just this little thing. So it actually executes this text file. So it executes this line, it outputs that to console. I got that working. Then it executes reading in rstate.txt, which just has a bunch of facts about the robot's state, and so it can know that. And then it launches background training.txt, which just has a list of background training worker bots that it needs to execute and launch that run in the background as separate executable instances. And so it does that, which launches a Bible reading bot. It launches, let's see, background training. It launches chatting with Larry in a TXT file as a bot, texting Larry as a bot, vision bot, and hearing bot. Vision will look through the webcam, hearing will listen through the webcam speakers or webcam microphone. And so those are all the things that will just run in the background for the robot to be growing and learning stuff and just being more aware. And that's whether it's the robot installed in a body or not. This will be the desktop version for now. It will be doing all that stuff simultaneously in separate executables. And I'm planning to code this one first. But before we get to that, after we launch those executables, which currently do nothing but just pause momentarily, because that's not yet implemented, their functionality, it then goes to looping priorities list from decisionstree.txt, and that loads in this priorities list, which just has its main task to-do list in priority of what it should be doing at any given moment. Starting with emergency life situations, you would address that first, and then at the very lowest priority would be doing charitable favors for people without being asked. And so it will go through these in order, doing whichever one comes up first in the order of priority. And that's going to be the final job of the main humanoid robot AI underseer executable It'll just go through this loop over and over, seeing what its next main task should be. And interrupting, like if it's doing laundry, it would interrupt that if there's an emergency life-death situation occurring, like somebody's breaking into the home with a gun, it would stop doing laundry and address that. So that's how that main while loop will occur, just processing this. And that's what I'm currently implementing, this priorities list right now. Once that's done, then his AI starting point file will have been fully implemented as far as him doing all of this stuff in that order. And then just looping this priorities list from decisions tree. And then that will be him basically done as far as his main underseer executable. And then we'll be implementing his other background training executables, beginning with chatting with Larry in a TXT file. That will be the next major implementation. I hope to start working on that today. And that's where he'll learn how to be like a chatbot. I think that's a nice, easy / hard place to start as far as like, so like what I'm doing now is I'm developing the robot in a high level way where he just kind of has his main gathering information and then going through and deciding what his main task should be and launching these background worker bots. That's like very high level stuff. So I coded all the high level things first, with the robot underseer being the first thing I code. And now I'm going to implement lower level little background process bots, and I'm going to do those. That's lower level stuff. And so chatting with Larry in a TXT file is something he'll always be actively doing. And this thing will always just wait for me to write in the TXT file and respond to me. And then if I write in the file again, he'll respond to me again. So we'll just have that be an ongoing conversation forever. And that's just one way I can communicate with the robot, whether he has vision and hearing set up or not. I can always just communicate with him in this TXT file. And this will enable me to start basically programming the robot by talking to it. As opposed to like coding it, I'll be programming it by communicating to it. And that will be a great test case for the robot basically coding itself through its interactions with people socially. It'll be able to add new functionality to itself as it learns things from its communications with people. And so there's going to be a lot of things that I'll be teaching the robot to do through this process, as well as how to learn by communicating with people and the rules for that and whatnot. So that's going to be easy / hard. It's like easy at face value, but then it gets into a lot of hard, complicated stuff as well. So that's going to be a fun one to implement first. And it requires no overhead because it's just reading from a text file, so I don't have to like set up a way for him to interface with my webcam to see what it's seeing and then implement vision AI. Like that's a huge job just to get that started. To even have a vision bot, you have to do all that and figure out how to do that. Same with the hearing bot. He'd have to actually, I would have to implement him being able to tap into the microphone feed of my webcam, and then how to turn the sound data that's streaming in after he's tapped into that, how to turn that sound data into intelligible sound. So identifying what he's hearing, identifying voices and who is the speaker, identifying what they're saying. So that would be speech recognition software. Developing all of that will be a major challenge, and also may involve me setting up like actual implementations with possibly, at that point I might get into no, actually that's not true. No, I'll be teaching him how to like learn and teach himself with hearing, just like I teach him with other stuff. But I'm not going to use neural networks or deep learning. Like I was about to say that, but I'm not going to do that for any background processor, any aspect of this project. None of that will be used. I'm always going to teach it to learn by just creating and executing text files. That's how he'll learn. By programming himself with text files as his programs that will actually run. Oh, you're referring to the output to console? Yeah, that was the very first thing I did, and that was like 5 development sessions ago, so that's probably why I didn't know what you were talking about, because I got that done like the first day I worked on the robot AI, and I've worked on it like 5 long sessions since then, so I didn't know you were still talking about that. I've gotten a lot of stuff done since then, and I've moved on from that. That was just like a simple test. No, you were making responses for questions the robot was asked. Oh, I think. Oh no. All I did is I just created a rule, just like as a sample, in its communications programming file. I said like, if somebody's greeting you, um, no conversations file. Yeah, I just said if someone greets you, and we have not greeted them back recently, greet them back. If someone greets you, you are in a conversation with them, and if greet them back, say choose randomly from list of greetings. I just created these few little rules as like a sample of like how the robot will program himself. So this was like me creating a simple little program, some simple rules to get started, and then the robot will be able to add to these rules and modify them in this file, and then it will actually execute and run that stuff. And we'll have thousands of things like this to over time as the robot adds to his own sophistication. That's how he'll program himself. And this is kind of the programming language style that I created for the robot. And my code will run this as actual, it will read in these files and actually run this. So it's kind of like I created my own scripting language, you would say. And then in between robot AI development days, I've been doing my SFTP client development days. And so I've been like doing every other day I do robot AI, and then every other day I do SFTP client. A professor from MIT can validate my code and say yes, continue. What the heck kind of comment is that? I don't even know where to begin with that. What? What? What does that mean? Validate? Like, why does his opinion matter about my code? He's not the one making my robot. Like, why should he get to tell me if I'm allowed to do it or not? I'm not under his rules. I'm not in his class. He can't fail me. Well, I thought of that too, Mike. Like, but I didn't. I'm trying to be Larry 2.0. So Larry 1.0 would say, I'm way smarter than a professor from MIT. So to have him validate my code is like having a monkey validate Albert Einstein's mathematics. But I'm not supposed to talk that way anymore because I'm trying to be like a church guy, like squeaky clean, well behaved, not not bragging like in a joking way anymore because people might take it the wrong way. So that's why I didn't go that route, even though that was kind of the first thing that popped in my head. But now I have to be like I can't be like I have to be careful when I use that type of humor now that I'm like trying to teach the Bible and stuff, because that's obviously I don't know, like that could seem like I'm being prideful even though I could be joking. But then we've talked about before, if I joke too much with prideful joking, that could get to my head and I could start to really believe that stuff, and then that gets dangerous. Because like if you joke about prideful stuff too much, I feel like you could start becoming prideful from all the joking about that. Believe it or not, I think it can happen. I think it was happening to me a little bit. I started to believe my own jokes. So I have to be careful, especially since I probably have Dunning-Kruger and all this stuff. So I'm already probably a little overconfident naturally, and so for me to joke in a like pride jokes way is dangerous for me. Am I on the right path? Well, thank you, I guess. I don't know what makes you say that. Let's see. I'm gonna use a few stars to mark where he's to stop reading, because this is more so for myself right now, I feel. So I don't want him to read past that at the moment. Please, I'm streaming at coding. Please, please, I was streaming coding. Please. I'm not doing that. Oh. I just heard my daughter yell no. For some reason, I think it's funny when my daughter yells no. The way she says it, I don't know, it's just funny. Let's see. My daughters would love it if I did that in front of them. That's the type of thing they just love. They just start smiling really huge. One's 1 years old, one's 2 years old. Anything I do that's unexpected and not typical and completely random, they just think it's hilarious. They would be cracking up if I did that. They might even try to copy me. Alright, so pretty much like one of the other bots, not this high level bot, would make the determination that we're in an emergency life death situation. So that bot would have to be pretty advanced on its own accord. Somehow it identified an emergency life death situation. It was able to actually tell that that was the case. And it was able to create a TXT file in the communications folder, which I put in under artificial intelligence, networking stuff, communications. It created a TXT file called emergency life death situation, or any one of these things on the priorities list. It created that type of file just with that name, flat out that name and then .txt. It creates that in the communications folder, and when this robot AI underseer sees that file was made, it will then know that that type of situation is currently underway. And it would then launch a worker bot, a main task worker bot, not a background task worker bot like we've launched before, 5 of those I think. This is launching a main task worker bot to handle that specific thing that just occurred. So in this case, if it was emergency life death situation, it would launch the emergency life death situation worker bot, which would handle the emergency life death situation that has been reported by one of the other main task worker bots that identified that type of situation is underway. And so it would go into emergency life death situation mode, having a worker bot designed to handle that type of situation launched and execute whatever that type of bot does, which is not yet implemented. So that's how that will work as far as interrupting his normal task flow of like cleaning, laundry. If he was doing the laundry, that laundry bot would create emergency life death situation.txt, and it would shut itself down. And then the robot AI underseer, which on a loop is looking for that type of interruption notice, would be checking for emergency life death situation.txt's existence in a loop regularly. If it did see that that file was created, it would launch the emergency life death situation worker bot, which would handle it. So his job as a high level bot is to launch lower level bots designed to handle specific types of things. So he can even launch the laundry bot. If, let's say, no emergency life death situation was happening, there's no TXT file indicating that, then he would skip that one. He'll then check for emergency risk of mental or physical harm. If there's a TXT file created for that, he'll do it. If not, he'll skip that one. He'll then check for firm command by authority figure. If he was doing the laundry and an authority figure gave him a firm command, he would create firm command by authority figure.txt. He'd include in that txt some details like the name of what was the command, etc., who gave it, etc. He would shut down the laundry bot, and then he would launch firm command by authority figure worker bot, which handles taking care of complying with firm commands given by authority figures. So that bot, that specific bot that handles that type of thing, would be launched. And he'd close down the laundry bot. So that's how bot types can be interrupted by higher priority bot types. And specific bots that are custom made to handle specific types of jobs like this would then launch and run that type of code that handles that type of thing. He'd start out by reading in this command and the details in the txt file relating to it, and then he would actually execute on that. So this way, each item in this list has its own bot, which we can code from scratch, and that will give us more compartmentalization of handling different types of things. So like a laundry bot doesn't have to worry about what would I do if a firm command by authority figure came in, how do I switch my coding to that? No, his only job is focused on laundry doing. But since the laundry bot has a bot that's listening and a bot that's seeing these lower level type bots that run, the seeing and hearing bots would report a firm command that came in to the laundry bot. And then the laundry bot would close itself down. Or they would just shut down the laundry bot and they would report it directly. And then the robot underseer, detecting the laundry bot just shut down, would, he's checking for these type of TXT files anyways. He would see the new TXT file and he would launch the appropriate bot to handle the new TXT file that came in. So that's another way of doing it. So it doesn't really matter which way I do it as far as that, but the main thing is whatever bot, like a chore bot, is being interrupted by a higher priority type of main task, that chore bot would shut down, and the higher priority type of emergency task or whatever would take precedence. So that's how that all works and breaks down. So we're gonna be able to get notice of this by the higher level bot, by the creation of a TXT file which he's checking for. So this way, my higher level bot doesn't need to be able to hear or see or anything. he's deaf and dumb. He's just checking for TXT files. So that makes it super easy for me right now to create this skeleton outline of how he gets notified. And later on, when I'm actually implementing the vision or hearing bots, it's at that point in time that I would be able to implement the coding later on, years from now, of how he would detect an emergency life death situation is occurring. That's a very advanced thing to be able to detect that. My robot's not that advanced yet. So just having this kind of skeleton placeholder of him just checking for that type of TXT file coming in is great. So then I'm able to handle that in like a high level way, even though my bot isn't actually advanced enough to even make that determination right now. For him to be able to know there's an emergency life death situation, he has to, number one, he has to be able to see and hear and have the discernment to actually know that that's the case. And then he would have to have the moral framework and wisdom and decision making abilities to actually know, okay, what do I do? Do I take matters in my own hands and like try to physically protect the family if somebody's trying to assault a family member? Or is that going beyond the scope of my capabilities? I need to stay out of it because that could lead to legal repercussions. And then how do I know if they're just playing? What if the child is pointing a fake gun at dad saying you're under arrest or give me your money or something, and it's just a little kid that's 5 years old with a fake gun, but the robot thinks, oh, okay, this person's holding up my master, the person that created me. It would need to know, first of all, that's the child of the master, so, stay out of it. This is a family matter. But if it were like a stranger breaking into the house, that would change things. And so it needs to be able to tell if that gun's fake or real, if it's a stranger, if this is an in-house family matter that he needs to stay out of. Like, there needs to be a lot of sophistication to be able to make decisions when it comes to like serious stuff. And then if there were a life death situation with somebody pulling a gun and trying to rob somebody, can the robot use lethal force to try to save a life? Or the robot just cannot ever use lethal force? And how much force can it use? These are decisions I have to make, and I can push that off down the line. Ideally, my gut instinct would be the robot would never be authorized to use lethal force, because how smart can a robot be? Like, how much do you trust the robot? What if I told the robot to use lethal force and it was screwing up? Somebody was just horsing around. It was a fake gun, whatever, and it killed my child who was pretending to rob me with a fake gun because it thought it was a life-death situation, but it was actually just play fighting. And in which case, the robot actually killed my child. So obviously, like, permitting the robot to use lethal force, I'd have to be pretty darn sure my robot's very capable of determining that that's necessary. And I don't know if I'd ever trust my robot to that degree. So because of that, I would maybe want the robot to use non-lethal force, like just try to karate chop the gun out of somebody's hand. Don't, like, snap their neck. Like, do the minimum possible attempt to try to rescue the family member or whatever. So that's some serious decision making going on. And so, like, for right now, I just want to keep it vague. He would know there's a life death situation going on. Maybe just stop what he's doing and just observe and call the police or something. Like, maybe that's like the best thing when he's still like pretty dumb. Lethal force while doing laundry backflip? Well, no, because like if he were doing laundry and he detected a life death situation was occurring, he'd close down the laundry bot. So he's now no longer doing laundry, and he's now in, do I need to lethal force? What do I do? It's an emergency life death situation. So that's why this priority system is in place right off the jump at a high level early on in the project, is because that's the worst thing the robot could do, is continue doing the laundry while I'm being like brutally murdered and my daughters are being like tortured and murdered, and the robot's like just completely carrying on doing laundry. And then like starts nonchalantly cleaning up the blood pools as we're bleeding out, and the robbers like already left the scene, and me and my family are all bleeding out, breathing our last breath, and the robot's like just casually sweeping up the blood and like not responding appropriately at all. That's why I don't like that. Like, that's why he can't, like, he needs to be able to have priorities. Like, dude, forget about the laundry right now. Like, we're all getting killed, and you're just focused on laundry? Like, what is wrong with you? So that's why it needs to have this type of priority list of very high level stuff. That's why I'm doing this, like, right after the jump, is making the robot, like, no, like, hey, if you're doing the laundry and there's an emergency life death situation, stop doing the laundry. So that's an important thing to do, and I think a lot of robots never are coded to like have like a high level priority system like this. It's very important to have. I think a lot of like industrial robots and stuff, they could kill somebody, like swing around and take somebody's head off, and they wouldn't bat an eyelash. They just continue doing what they're programmed to do because they're programmed so primitively, just like move part from spot A to spot B. They don't consider like anything higher level. And so this is why I'm like implementing this type of higher level thinking and priority system. So my bot would be like way more sophisticated than just a factory robot, which would do something like that. It would just kill somebody and not even bat an eyelash, not stop what it's doing, not even identify the problem, nothing. So my robot's gonna be a lot more aware than that. How will he know it's a life death situation? Well, that the level of sophistication to make that determination is pretty high. So number one, he'd be able to like he would need to like identify weapons are involved. He would need to identify people using raised voices. He'd need to identify body language, that people are moving very quickly or in a rushed way, that people seem to be very stressed out based on body language and movement patterns. He'd need to identify fear, facial expressions, or anger, and people acting very uncharacteristic, uncalm. He'd need to be able to identify actual language of people describing like I am going to kill you if you don't whatever. So identifying threats given with an authoritative tone and a raised voice. He'd need to be able to identify that this is not a family member. This is somebody that broke into the house. He'd need to be able to identify somebody that is unlikely to have permission being in the house. It's somebody that's never been in the house before. It's somebody that's possessing a weapon. You know, these are various the robot needed to be able to accurately identify this whole list of things before it would be able to identify, oh wow, this is an emergency life death situation. So until it's got the sophistication and the coding required to be able to identify that list of different things that are occurring, it would be unqualified to make such a determination that an emergency life death situation is occurring. Unless if I also had some type of thing where I just tell it, you know, like, Adam, this is an emergency life death situation. This guy is trying to rob us and kill us. Please call the police and help us. And then he would, by virtue of a verbal command identifying the situation, which was identified by one of the homeowners or one of the family members, it would then be able to kick into emergency life death situation mode by us like letting it know that, because it was unable to know that on its own. But ideally it would be able to assess the situation on its own, but if it failed to do that, we would be able to let it know based on our own discretion of the situation, and then it would act accordingly. Being able to give it more and more, like, if the robot just were pretty dumb, pretty primitive, not very good discretion, not very much wisdom, pretty stupid, pretty failure prone, and not well tested, you would not want to give it authority to even decide to hit somebody or try to, you know, tackle somebody, because what if it's just bugging out and just making a stupid decision and it hits or tackles somebody? That's unacceptable. If it's too stupid to be making that call. So in that situation, it would like maybe just be authorized to call the police. But then if it's like calling the police every time the kids get in an argument and one kid hits the other kid, obviously like it needs to be toned down. Okay, you don't even have the right to call the police. At that point, you know, you're too dumb. And when you're in a serious situation and somebody's getting physically violent, you need to just stop what you're doing and just watch and record it all. And then that way the police would get a recording of it. So that would be like a lower permission level, because the robot's too primitive and too stupid to like even take more aggressive responses, like calling the police or using force to try to intervene. So the level of initiative and serious actions taken to address the situation would be necessarily starting out very minimal involvement and then gradually moving up to higher involvement as the robot is trusted more to actually correctly identify what's going on and make good decisions. So that would be directly correlated to how advanced the robot has become, is how much I would give it leeway to actually take matters into its own hands. So that'll be cool. Like, as the robot gets better, I'll be able to trust it to do more and more. And the highest level of trusting the robot's decision making would be to give it authorization to use lethal force. But even that is like crazy. Like, I don't even know how legal that is. Like, can you legally authorize a robot you built in your own house to use deadly force in that type of extenuating circumstance? I think right now it actually is legal because nobody has robots right now and nobody's coding robots right now, so there are no laws about that. But if everybody had robots at home in every home in, around the world, there would be a lot more legislation passed regarding like what can robots do and what can they not do, who's allowed to code them, who has permission to even own a robot. Because if the robot could use deadly force, you would probably have to get you'd have to become like a registered robot owner, because it'd be like having a firearm then. You have to be a registered firearm, like you have to get a license to own a firearm. So in the same way you'd have to get a license to own a robot, if the authorities treated the robot as something capable of using deadly force, then they would treat it kind of like being a gun owner, and you would have to get that registered. Or like, let's say you're a felon, and you'd be allowed to have a robot, but you wouldn't be allowed to code your own robot. It'd have to be coded by a third party, and then like your robot would have the ability to use deadly force disabled because you're a felon. And you might, like, because you're a felon, tell your robot, hey, kill that dude, and then you would be telling the robot to do stuff that's illegal, and your discretion would not be trusted. But then let's say you were a level 3 robot owner or whatever, then they would be like, you are now, because you've never had a felony and you were approved by some state, program, you are allowed to have a robot that can use deadly force, and you're allowed to tell it, yes, kill this guy, because you're trusted, like a firearm owner would be trusted. And then you would actually be able to own a robot that can use deadly force. But even with that, like, they would want to make sure that you're gonna like only tell it to use deadly force in self-defense or to protect your home or whatever. The same way as they would only let you use deadly force with a firearm if it were a life and death situation, and you would have to prove that in a court of law that you had the right to use the firearm, that you were using self-defense, whatever. So it'd be treated similar, I'm sure. But right now, like I said, there's no legislation, so I can pretty much like do what I want. It's up to me. There's no rules about it, which I love. This is something really nice about robotics right now, is since they just don't exist in homes, I can do whatever I want with my robot, and I don't have to worry about any type of legal ramifications. In fact, with drones, there were no rules. But then, if you guys recall, like maybe 7 years ago or 6 years ago, drones got big, everybody owned drones, and suddenly the FAA got involved, and now there's all these drone rules. Like, you can't have drones out of sight unless if you have like a level 2 drone operator permit, and you're only allowed to fly drones so high, and you can't fly drones near an airport or near a government building within 100 yards, and you have to have a permit to fly it if it's not on your own personal property, and on and on. And so it's like, I don't even know the rules. It's just like what I've heard. I've never researched it too deeply, but that actually discouraged me from even making drones. If you guys recall, I was interested in making drones and getting into that, and now I don't even want to because there's too much red tape. So it's like, if there was that much red tape for humanoid robotics, I might not even be allowed to make my own humanoid robot. It'd be illegal to make one unless if you're a certified humanoid robot maker, and you have to be a humanoid robot technician that's certified to do that. Thankfully, that stuff doesn't exist right now. The robot will store the bodies in the crawl space. No one will know. That sounds like that one serial killer. What's his name? Not Jeffrey Dahmer. The fat guy that dressed like a clown. Was it Ted Bundy? No, not Ted Bundy. Gacy, John Wayne Gacy. Yep, I just saw a documentary about him not too long ago. Can't believe I forgot his name already. Yeah, that guy was, man, that guy was disturbing. Okay, so right now, like, I'm setting up the foundation for him to be able to handle life death situations. Even though it's so primitive right now, I kept it so simple. He's just checking for emergency life death situation .txt, and that's like super easy for me to implement for him to check for that. But for him to actually be able to create that TXT with authority and have the wisdom to know how and when to make that TXT, that's a whole other matter that we get to offload to a future me can deal with that when I'm working on, some way down the line. The AI is way more advanced to be able to even do that. So this is nice. I'm creating a system to where he's got the framework to handle such a thing without actually me having to like really figure out how to make that. Like that's way down the line. He doesn't even have the ability to see or hear yet. So how could he ever be able to identify a life death situation? He can't. That's impossible right now. But way down the line, when he's seeing and hearing and accurately identifying facial expressions and tones of voice and all this stuff, at that point, he'd be a lot more qualified and capable of determining such a thing. And then he'll also be more qualified and capable of acting on such a thing. But without having a body, he wouldn't be able to do much to act on it except like record the situation and maybe contact the police. He'd probably be able to place a phone call pretty soon. Like I already have a bot that will be able to send text messages. He'll use Google Voice to send text messages. Unless if I could figure out a way to send text messages without using Google Voice, I don't know how I do that. But Google Voice is a way I've set up a robot in the past to do that. It's actually not too hard. Yeah, he doesn't even need to read in what's the contents of the file. All he has to do is identify that file is there. He's going in order first to last of the priorities list, and he'll just blindly see if the file's there. If it's not, he moves on to check if the next one's there. And he's going in order from first to last. If one shows up, boom, all he has to do is launch the bot that handles it. So that's easy. So that's why he closes. He doesn't even read in the contents. Oh, wait a minute. Hmm. Oh man. Hi, the Mac Daddy. Have you managed to program the singularity yet? It's in progress. You're seeing it happen right now. Will Big Tech Corps not try to take this code once you have completed it? No, because they won't know how advanced it is. Like, if I say it's the singularity, they'll be like, yeah, right. It probably sucks. They won't even know. Nobody will really know how capable my bot is. It will do all the things, in theory, like it will play sports, do chores, have realistic conversations, and make stuff and whatever. Nobody will know how much of that was like hand coded or how much of it is fake. Like like with Sophia bot, if you ask it a question like, "Are you as a robot going to try to take over the world?" and then Sophia Bot's like, "Yes, as robots, we eventually plan to take over the world. We think humans are losers." But the maker of that bot like hard coded it to say that, and it's reading off a script. It's not like actually thinking and understanding anything. It's just saying a canned response. And so, because so much fakery happens with AI demonstrations, nobody will really know how actually understanding my robot is of language. And then even if you think it's understanding you, like ChatGPT, when you ask it stuff, it seems like it's understanding, but it's just a word predictor. So even when it seems like it's passing the conversation test, even that can be just a huge transformer model or whatever it's called. So you never really know how much actual understanding the robot even has. It's so hard to tell after a while. And so people, I won't even be on the radar, I don't think, as far as like they won't really know how good my code is. Um, but I guess if somebody were to like observe my robot performing for a very long period of time and start to notice little things it does that is unexpectedly intelligent and brilliant, that surely he could not have coded that. Eventually, people will start to have faith, like, wow, this thing, I believe this robot actually is legitimately very, very sophisticated. And my skepticism meter is going down, down, down. So it would become a matter of them being more and more convinced through time. It would take a long time for them to be more and more convinced that the robot's not just operating off a script, but it's actually more like intelligent, legitimately. Or I mean, even that, it's artificially, legitimately intelligent with no tomfoolery going on. It's like genuinely artificially intelligent instead of fake artificially intelligent or something like that. Hi Nakamoto, I'm doing good. My thoughts on Chat GPT? It's oh wait, Chat GPT C. Why do you put a C in there? Is that like a new version that came out with a C on the end, or was that a typo? Assuming that was a typo, my thoughts on Chat GPT is it's really helpful for coding. I ask it questions semi regularly. It helps me a lot, and I ask it for like car repair help too, and like miscellaneous help for projects and like directions on like how to do things. So I love it, um, but it has failed me in some instances. Like it was helping me on creating an SFTP client, and him and I together ran into a dead end, and so I had to actually find a SFTP library source code and now start going through that and implementing that because me and ChatGPT couldn't figure out how to make a SFTP client. ChatGPT did not have the necessary knowledge to steer me in the right direction. It was too vague. It just it failed me. But usually it doesn't fail me. How close am I to completing this code? Oh man, how do I answer that? Probably like 0.001%. This has barely been a drop in the bucket. This code is going to be like a million lines of code, I think. Yeah, maybe a million lines. And I've only done like 10,000 lines out of a million. What about the Kenyan guys? Okay, so I had like multiple of them hired, and I started sending them money like to get a cell phone or to get some materials to get them started. And what happened is they would just take the money and then stop responding to me. And then one guy, like, I bought him the cell phone and then he never responded again. He never did a darn thing. He just got the cell phone. He never wanted to work. He had no interest in working for me, basically. He just said, like, yeah, I want to work for you. And then once I bought him a phone, he never followed up on it. And then this other guy, he really wanted to work with me, and then I ended up buying him a couple things, buying him tools and stuff to do certain jobs I wanted him to do. I was sending him money for everything, and paying him for whatever he did, like getting the tools. I paid him to go get it. I paid for his bus fare. I paid for his phone minutes and stuff, and some phone data for going online, whatever. I was just sending him money for this and that, and then um, he bought some supplies. He was sending me updates. Like, you need supplies to be able to do work, and they don't like have workshops. Like, I figure like I had to buy them everything they need to do the job that needs to be done. So I was like sending money to go get all that stuff. And then eventually he just stopped responding. So he quit before he even started working. He quit after just getting a couple of supplies for working. Um, Never even did a day of actual work, unless if you consider like getting the supplies to be work. So then that's kind of work. Um, so he just flaked. And then the other one, I gave him a to-do list, and I don't even think I started sending him money for supplies because he just flaked before it even got to that point. So basically, like I could have walked them through, I could have sent them the money, I could have made stuff happen if they're willing to work. You have to be willing to do it. Like, they all quit. They quit. They didn't. They weren't willing to work. And they didn't say, well, we're quitting because you're not paying enough, or we're quitting because we found a better opportunity. They didn't even notify me they're quitting. They just stopped responding, stopped talking to me. Like, they were just completely irresponsible, like little children, completely unprofessional, and they just flaked. It's like, imagine if you had an employee and then one day they just don't show up. They don't call, they don't say anything, they just stop showing up. They're not motivated enough, I guess. So maybe the problem was like, I wasn't paying them enough to make it juicy enough to motivate them, or I was paying plenty enough to motivate them. They never had a complaint about the money. They never said like, oh, can we negotiate higher? Nothing like that. They just, I want to say that the way they were surviving before I came into the picture, they returned to that because it was easier and more normal, what they're used to, and they were fine without me. Like, they had a system, they were not starving, they were okay. And they just lost interest. What they were doing for me, they just saw it as a novelty, something, a curiosity. But at the end of the day, if it got too hard or too much of a hassle or required them to think too much, they were just gonna quit. So they had no integrity with it. I don't think that's poor integrity. They also had no gumption. Is that the word? No grit. Spirited initiative and resourcefulness. They had zero gumption. And they had no grit. What does grit mean? Courage, resolve, strength of character. They had no grit. So no gumption and no grit. And so they just flaked. So that you can't work, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. It's like I gave them the opportunity, I was sending them the money, I had the plans in place, but I can't force them to work. I can say, here's the money, I can give you the money, I can give you the directions, I can tell you what to do, but if they don't want the money, and if they don't want the work, then I can't do anything. I can't force them to work. So they all just quit. And so the Kenyan project, or the Kenyan, yeah, we could call it the Kenyan project, was a failure because the Kenyans all quit. So there are no more Kenyan laborers helping me or working for me. And that's not my fault. That's completely on them. They just all quit and flaked. And it shocked me. I thought, here are people living in a third world country in poverty. I'm willing to give them the top wages that they could make of their whole town. The very best opportunity they can possibly get in their village. And as they perform well, I was planning to give them bonuses, like huge bonuses, but not right away, not to spoil them right away, but like for me, not huge bonuses, but for them, life changing. Like, but like if you just as a signing bonus just buy them a car or something, they'll just dip out. Like they need to prove themselves to be long term, serious workers that are gonna really work for me and are committed. If they prove that, I can start giving them bonuses through time, based on performance, as performance perks. So I'm not just going to like front load huge bonuses just for saying they're going to work without them even proving themselves at all. And it's not like I had a stringent process for interviewing them to see if they're worthy of the job. They pretty much got the job if they said they're interested. So because of that, like most jobs, you have to interview for the job, and it's competitive. It's hard to get the job. I didn't interview at all. I just said, "Oh, you want the job? Yeah, I'll give you the job." So there was no quality control of getting the best workers I could. It was just whoever I ran into, I just said, "You can do it." Of just the people I met while I was down there. So if I really wanted to find like qualified, great workers, I would need to like actually do interviews and weed out who's the best. Only hiring the best of the best. But I didn't think I needed to do that. I thought anyone is capable if they're willing to put in the work. I can train them. I wasn't needing to be finding the best. I thought I'll give the opportunity to anybody. But it turns out like these people are losers. The ones I chose are losers. I consider you a loser if you're not willing to actually work hard, show up for work, or at least tell your boss, I found a better opportunity, or I'm kind of bored, or I'm overwhelmed, I just want to quit. At least tell me you're quitting. Like, to just flake and not say anything, that's a loser. That's like just terrible. You're just a failure. You're a weak, gumptionless, gritless individual, just terrible. Like, who does that? It's awful. How quickly could they become proficient in coding? I have no idea. I wasn't necessarily planning to use them as coders. Although, I could have actually made them coders, though. I had other simpler stuff to start out. And then I could maybe, eventually get them coding once I ran out of, like, other types of things. But I was starting out with, like, easy jobs first, and they just failed even at that. So, at the end of the day, I'm glad I offered poor people opportunity to make money. And I also gave the Kenyan people thousands and thousands. Actually, probably more than 10,000. Yeah, I think it was more than $10,000 I gave just for free. But I didn't want to just... There's only so much just charitable, just plain giving you can do when eventually you need to give them jobs. Like, you can't just forever give poor people free money. Like, I have limited resources. I can't just keep giving. So eventually, the only way I can continue to help you if you're poor is if you work for me. And then I can give you unlimited because you're actually providing value back. So your own work for me enables me to keep paying you, and then the cycle can continue so that the money never runs dry. But if you're just saying, give me money and I'm going to give you nothing in return, eventually I can't give anymore. I run out of money to give. How are you able to employ these guys? I don't know what you mean. I used money I had set aside for investing in my own businesses. I saved money. Like, if you own your own businesses, you can't just spend all the money you make. Some money you spend, some you set aside for snowballing into your own business. And then some you invest, some like different stuff. You don't just spend all your money. So, as a responsible adult, I spend some money, save some money, and set some money aside to growing my businesses. So I was able to use money I set aside for growing my businesses to employ them. But eventually that runs dry. Eventually they need to make money. Like, you have so much runway. Like, if you start a business, you have X amount of money to invest to grow your business. If you hire a bunch of people and none of them work, but you keep paying them, eventually you'll run out of money. But if they all work and then produce products that you sell, then you now have more money to pay them, and then they can work again, and then you sell again, and then you get more money, and then you pay them, and then you have something to sell. And the cycle can be never ending, and it snowballs to more and more money over time. If they're not producing anything, eventually your runway runs out, you run out of cash, and you have to close down. So I still had months and months of runway with those guys, but they quit before I could even run out of runway. I had all the money I needed to hire several of them for like at least a year, but they all quit before they could even tap into that money. I had it. You are a mechatronic systems engineer? That's awesome. And how cool that you actually talked to me on my stream. I think that's awesome. I didn't. You might have said that before, but I forgot. Like, I can't remember everything about my Twitchers, my Twitch chat people. Especially if, like, we don't talk daily. And I've never seen you. Like, if if I can't put a face to you and it's just a name in a chat, it's harder to remember details about each person. Especially if you go years of not streaming. But, I think that's so cool that some people that probably know more than me about robotics watch my stream, and that could mean, they can give me good advice and stuff. What's up, Pizza Head? So, to answer the question, what is my day job? I manufacture products and sell them online. And I barely make five figures, but I make five figures, but only barely over five figures, which is all I wanted to do. If I could make over five figures, then that's respectable. That's like, okay, you have a full-time job, basically. Now, I don't need to get into high five figures. As long as it's low five figures, no one can say, dude, get a job, you're a loser, you need to get a job. Like, what's wrong with you? So, I'm above reproach in that regard. As long as I make low five figures, no one can criticize me for not having a job. And so that was my goal, just make the minimum amount to where no one's going to be on my case about, no, five figures a year for me. So I just needed to make a minimum amount to where nobody can yell at me and say, you're a bum. You're a loser, go get a job. So I'm pulling my own weight as a provider. Or a co-provider, because I'm married and my wife also has a job. So as long as I can make a minimum amount, no one can pester me about, you need to make more, you need to make more. And so I rarely hear any complaints. And so that way, now let's say I wanted to make like high five figures, or if I wanted to make six figures. That means I'm trading more of my time to make more money. Like, if I wanted to make way more money, I got to work harder and more hours, right? If I do that, there's a plus. Wow, I'm making more money. That's good, right? I have more money to spend. But what's the downside? I don't have time for robotics, because now I work a full-time job. How can I build a robot if I'm working that much? I don't have time to make a video game. I don't have time to make any of my inventions. I don't have time to do art. I have less time for family. I have less time for Netflix and chill. I have less time for listening to music or listening to a podcast or learning new things. So I would rather work the least possible to make the least money possible. That's minimum acceptable, minimum viable money per year. And then once I've hit that, the rest of my time is free to do whatever I want. So I'm really not driven by making a ton of money. In fact, I don't care that much as long as I make more than I spend and I'm able to save. Now, I'm making very low five figures per year because I spend very little. I'm still able to save and invest a lot every year. So I'm able to gradually grow my stock market and grow my savings. How did you spend five figures to hire Kenyans when you only make five figures? I never said I spent five figures to hire Kenyans. I was paying them by the hour, and I was paying them on the high end of their hourly rate for jobs available in their region, which I found out while I was there. I asked them. So let's say a Kenyan makes $20 an hour in their region. Like, the best jobs are between 20 to 25 an hour. So I offered them 25 an hour. I offered them like at the high end of what all the jobs they could get in their village. Um, but when you adjust for that's not five figures. When you adjust for the currency conversion, so the $25 an hour in USD, you're right. If I paid them 25 an hour USD, that would be five figures, right? But if I pay them 25 per hour in shillings or whatever their Kenyan currency was, I kind of forget now. I could probably M-Pesa is called. If I pay them 25 an hour M-Pesa and convert that to USD, that's like 90 cents an hour or 50 cents an hour in USD. So I only have to pay them 50 cents an hour. I know that sounds funny. My math might be wrong. I don't remember what it was. It was very, very low money, like very cheap from an American perspective. But from their perspective, I was giving them $25 an hour, like top wages of their region. So that's how that works. I was lying when I said invested 10K in the Kenya. No, I said I gave them 10K, more than 10K in free money. No, I'm not. Don't say I'm obscuring the truth for sure until you know for sure. I was talking about charitable giving. And then I went on to explain that beyond all the charitable giving I could afford, I wanted to also give them jobs that I could afford to continue doing. I couldn't invest charitably more than 10K in just free money. So beyond that, beyond just giving free money away, I wanted to actually provide long-term jobs. So it wasn't really a 10K investment, it was a 10K charitable just donation. Over 10K. I gave them over 10K in charitable donations. Although, for tax reasons, I did call it an investment, but it was like technically charitable because they didn't do anything to get that investment, but I saw it as like, technically for tax reasons, if you invest, or if you just give a bunch of money to a bunch of people that you intend to employ, you're building goodwill with them and you're helping them, you're showing them you care about them, so then they'll be more inclined to want to work for you and see that you care about them. So in that way it's an investment of building goodwill, but it's not investment in terms of like, here's a down payment on a specific job I want you to do or something like that. No, when I said I gave them over $10,000, I'm referring to USD as far as charitable giving. But when it comes to how much per hour I was going to pay them as employees, that was going to be like $25 per hour USD refactored to M-Pesa, which would be like 50 or 60 cents an hour or whatever it was, a dollar an hour or whatever it is. So the 10K was actually USD, but it was more than 10K. However, not all of the 10K was my own money. Some of it was money I raised from friends and family to bring with me on my trip to Kenya, where I was able to then give that money out in the form of food, clothing, toiletries, soap, beds and mattresses, fans, plumbing work and electrical work, because that goes a long way there. Also, I bought them a van. I also bought them like meals while I was there. I paid for some people's hospital bills. I think that mostly covers it. Oh, I bought some people's cell phones. I bought a guy a laptop. But some of that cell phones and laptop was business specific. It wasn't as much charitable though. I was starting at that point to invest in like getting my workers what they need to do my work. I didn't give you a dime? I didn't know I was supposed to pay my viewers. So yeah, you're conflating the $10,000 mention with money converted to M-Pesa for hiring them to be employees. When I spoke of the $10,000, it wasn't relating to hiring them to be employees. That was relating to the total haul of cash I gave out in USD just as charitable giving for the missionary trip. A separate thing from the missionary trip was my intention to long term hire a bunch of them as employees for my own projects. So one was like missionary trip for God, giving money to help people. The other one was okay, now I can use them as workers or hire them um, and give them jobs. And that was a long term separate initiative. So the 10K had nothing to do with the second one, technically. Although for tax reasons, I wrote it off as a tax expense because I figured like the goodwill I'm helping these people will then pay itself back in a sense by them being more inclined to want to work for me for career wise. Oh, the followage command doesn't work. Yeah, I guess Nightbot like stopped operating. I haven't logged into it, so maybe eventually it stops being your Nightbot. I don't know. I haven't decided to like get Nightbot back, so I don't have a Nightbot anymore. So I hope that clears things up. I wasn't trying to lie about anything. You just didn't understand, I guess. Still confused how I managed it given my disclosure of income. Well, to be forthright about it, I can just tell you. So, I think I personally donated like 500 maybe um, on the trip while I was there in person of my own money, and then like maybe 2,000 was from friends and family that they sent with me, or maybe 2,500. So that's 3,000 of the 10,000 plus, and then 6,000 was from the van I sold, my dad's old work van, which I fixed up and sold to my father-in-law. And I took the full proceeds of that and I gave it to them to buy themselves a van for their church, which they also wanted to use for, when it's not being used for church functions, it would be used as a taxi van so they could generate money that way. Um, so I thought that's a great cause. So I just gave that away. Um, and I trust that God, He'll take care of me. With each of these things, it was like God supernaturally directed me to do it. With a lot of this, so like with the van, that pastor in Kenya asked me the day after I sold my van, not after I sold the van, but the day after the final payment for the van came in from my father-in-law. He paid me like a lump sum, so he paid me 6,000 for the van, and the final payment of like 3,000 came in. And the very next day, so I was like, wow, I got the full 6,000 for the van. He paid it off, so I marked it as paid. And the very next day, the Kenyan pastor asked if I could buy him a van. And I said, how much would that cost? And he said, I think $6,000. I was like, what? I just got the final payment of $6,000 for van. I sold my father-in-law the prior evening, and the next morning he's asking for $6,000 for a van. That doesn't just happen. That's divine direction. Now you could say that's just a coincidence, but what is the astronomically ridiculous, retarded coincidence of that? Unless if he's a hacker and he was able to tell I just got the final payment, he knows all this stuff about me, but that's impossible. Like, this guy doesn't even own a computer. Well, no, he does own a laptop. But he's not like he's not working for Silicon Valley as one of the top hackers in the world. Like, are you kidding me? Like, he lives in a hut in Kenya. So no, he does not. Like, that's impossible. That was God. So that was really cool. I was excited to give it because I was like, wow, God's actually telling me to do something like directly. That's supernatural. I was super excited to give it. And I was like, okay, God, I'll give it, but I trust you to take care of me because I'm kind of not a rich man. So the very following day, my dad's new van, new relatively, it was only like a year and a half old or whatever, or 2 years old, his latest work van, he dropped a cigarette ash down into the door well. It missed the window. Like, when smokers drop ashes sometimes while they're smoking in their van. So the ashes fell into his phone book, but he didn't know about that. Like, it fell when he was bringing the cigarette from his mouth to outside his window to tap it or whatever. Some ashes accidentally fell on the way into his phone book, and they simmered there, but he didn't know, and he went inside and shut the van, and he went to sleep. And then he got a knock on the door by the fire department because they said, like, your van's on fire, sir. Like, we got a 911 call. So they were putting his van out. So anyways, are these bots in my chat? What the heck? So, because his van started on fire, he said, you know what, I'm just gonna give the van away, I guess. I guess he was gonna trade it in or something, or just junk it. And I was like, no, Dad, I'll take the van. I'll buy it from you because I can fix it up and sell it. So then I was like, how much do you want for it? I'll refurbish it. I'll reupholster it. I'll change out the door cards and the upholstery. Everything that was burnt, I'll like sand it down and repaint it. Like, I'll fix the van up back to good as new. And so he said $600. So I gave him the money, but then he was like, but actually I need a van for tomorrow for work. While I shop for a new van, I'll need a van temporarily, so I'm going to have to go rent one. So my father-in-law still had the van I had sold him, and he offered to loan it to my dad. And my dad's like, no, you don't have to loan it to me for free. I'm willing to rent it from you. How much for rent? And he said, I guess he found out that I bought the burnt van for $600. He said, how about for the rent? You rent it from me for $600, and then I'm going to give that $600 to your son so that he gets your burnt van for free. So basically then I got the burnt van for free. And the total resale value after I fix it up, after all costs, was I think like $7,000 profit. So basically what I'm getting around to is God basically arranged it to where I would get more money than what I just donated to the Kenyan pastor, the $6,000 for the first van, by getting the very next day a free van that would have a resale value higher than the van I donated. So in other words, God told me to give 6,000, then He reimbursed me 7,000 the very next day. Is how that I see that. So God was basically teaching me like, hey, give radically in obedience when I tell you to, and obviously not just when God tells me to supernaturally. That doesn't always happen. And then I got your back. Like, you don't have to worry about money. I'm going to take care of you too. If you listen to me and you give when I tell you to give, I'll give. I'll like recover you. So that's how I interpreted it all. If you're an atheist, you would say like, wow, series of coincidences. How cool. Karma. Like karma, whatever. So that's just the way I see it from like a religious point of view. So that's how 6,000 of the 10,000 came into play. And then the I think we said 3,000 plus 6,000, that's 9,000. And then probably like, so I said over 10,000, probably another 2,000 I gave, I gave like 500 here, 200 there, 300 there, 150 there. That might have happened up to like 4,000, or two to 4,000 somewhere, and just giving like once a month he would contact me and say like, oh, someone in our church just had a baby, they're in the hospital and they can't afford their bills. Can you send us $275 to pay their hospital bill? And then I would send it. I would be like, okay. So I was like sending money for their orphanage and hospital bills for people that couldn't afford it. Just different stuff. He was always asking for money. But eventually I didn't hear from him anymore because I deleted WhatsApp, which is how he contacted me. And so I don't hear from him anymore. Even though he could have contacted me through Facebook to keep asking me for money, he just stopped asking after that. So I haven't given him money since, which has been kind of nice from a financial perspective because basically, like the total amount I gave them was more like, okay, so over like the 2 years I dealt with them, like I told you, I probably gave them in total like 13,000 or something, 13 to 15,000. Not all that was my money. Like I said, some of it was from van proceeds, which was technically mine, but others was money. Like 2,500 was money I raised. So let's say like out of pocket, not including van proceeds. Oh, how much was that? I don't know, like 5,000 or something. I don't know. Um, that it's just hard to give a lot of money when you don't make that much. Like I was, if you count everything in, it was like I gave like 60% of my total annual income to them, like for 2 years. And that is kind of stressful. Like I trust God, but I'm saying like from, not stressful like I don't trust God, but stressful as in like that puts stress on my financial situation. So it was kind of a reprieve and a relief when I no longer was getting regular requests for money from them. Um, I love giving and I love trusting God to make sure I'm still taken care of financially, but like to have somebody just keep asking for more money all the time, it can become like like kind of what, like part of me, is like I trust God, I'm just gonna give and trust, but then another part of me is like, what if they just start getting greedy and just asking me for too much money and God's not in it anymore? Because God's not always like supernaturally saying, yeah, you need to give. So at some point, when am I getting taken advantage of? Some doubts creep in, like I don't know if I should keep doing this. This is getting out of control. At one point, they even asked me to give like thousands of dollars to put some girl through college, and I was like, no, I have children now myself, and I need to save money to put them through college, which I don't believe I'll even be able to do. I'll just be able to give a small contribution. So no, I'm not going to put some person in a third world country through college. No, unless if God supernaturally intervened and told me yes, I'm going to give you money to have some food or some type of emergency. I'm not going to start giving you money to put everyone in your village through college. Like I'm not loaded. Like that's going way beyond just some charitable giving. That's ridiculous. If I can't even put my kids through college, how am I going to start putting other people's children through college? That's not fair to my family. So I had to draw the line there. So yeah, that was a really interesting thing where I felt like God was just testing how much I'm willing to give and obey Him in that matter. So yeah, the whole Kenyan experience, like some of it kind of soured me against the Kenyans, but then other stuff was good. It's a mixed bag. There was also this girl there that was trying to seduce me, and to be honest, she was extremely attractive to me. I was very, very, very drawn to her, and she was like trying to like seduce me hardcore. And so that was a lot of temptation, and I didn't like that. Like I don't like having that happen to me. That that was I don't like going through huge temptation battles like that. It's not something I enjoy. I try to avoid temptation. So that was one thing negative about the trip. It was like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, when he got seduced by that woman in the African village, the belly dancer lady. Except I didn't fall for her, but it kind of reminds me of that, like some white guy in Africa being seduced by the most attractive woman in the village. Um, that actually happened to me. It was like I was Jim Carrey on Ace Ventura. If you guys have seen that, you know what I'm talking about. What's more important, my family or number one chatter? I think I have to prioritize my family. I resisted the temptation that made me stronger. That's true, but um, if you go somewhere and resist the temptation and it makes you stronger, that's a plus. Like that's a win. But then you don't really want to go there again. Like that leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Like I went there and I was tempted there, so I don't want to go back there because that place has temptations for me that I would rather not have to go through. Like yes, if temptations come my way, I'm gonna overcome them by the power of God. But I don't want to like go out looking for them either. I would rather flee from that whole situation. I mean, the Bible says, "Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." So we're to not want to be led into temptation. The temptation might come, but we're to ask for it not to come. We don't want temptation knocking at our door all the time because that increases the probability that eventually you're going to give into temptation if you're being tempted often. So if you lower the total quantity of temptations you have to face, if you can avoid some, then your probability of overcoming each temptation goes up by just not getting them as frequently. So in other words, like I could go work at a strip club as like the janitor and I'd be tempted all the time. But I could trust God to pull me through and I would never be tempted beyond what I could bear, but with every temptation I'd have a way to escape so I could stand up under it because God's faithful in that way. But if I'm being tempted like 50 million times a day to look to lust, then like one day the probability would be higher that eventually I would lust after one of the strippers. So it would be better not to work at a strip club to begin with, so that I would be less likely to run into issues in that area. It's just from a statistical standpoint. Even if I had the self control to do it, technically, I would just be playing with fire, basically, just taking too high of a risk that I might sin there. You spent 300 in a strip club once? Well, before I was really serious about, trying to obey God with my life, I, I, I deep down really wanted to eventually go to a strip club someday. That was a huge like bucket list item for me. Obviously, that's the flesh. That's not like a godly desire. So I'm glad I don't have that desire anymore. I mean, in my flesh, I might desire what's contrary to the spirit of God. So in my flesh, I probably desire that still. I'm sure, but like that's not my heart's desire anymore. I just want to please God now. Okay, I'm all done with this huge code project here. Oops. Not saying the robot AI is done, but like this little section that I wanted to add today, I got it done. I was planning to do a whole other section, or start a whole other section today though. Maybe I still can. Although I'm feeling like well accomplished, like that's good for the day after this. I put in 4.5 hour stream. I got a lot done. But it'd be pretty cool to start working on on the texting conversation bot thing. Communicating with me in a text file bot. Because I feel like when I start coding that, I mean that's like real AI. Oh, I mean all this stuff is kind of AI. Like he's already kind of like I'm setting him up to like figure out what he's supposed to be doing. That's pretty big. Like he kind of has some framework for high level functionality. That's something. I mean that is like AI. It is. But it still doesn't feel like it. Like until you can say like hello and the robot says hello back, that's that's when it starts feeling like okay, I have like working AI, like it just spoke to me. But all of this stuff is AI too. Like this is going to impact its behavior to have like intelligent behavior. Even though it's like very high level and it doesn't feel like it because you don't see anything happening. It seems like nothing's happening, but stuff is happening though. Deployment is happening or something. Hey TXT. Hello World? Oh, I got Hello World working already. Multiple times. But like that that doesn't feel the same because it's like I don't know. I feel like me like saying something to the robot and it saying something back will feel more like real. Because Hello World, it's like I just typed that in and then it just happened when you run the program. That doesn't feel like AI. It kind of is though, I guess. But like that wasn't based on some variable. Like in this case, I say hello and it responds hello back because I said hello. That's more AI-ish. Whereas with Hello World, I just code it when you start, say hello world. Well, then it's not responding to some conditional thing that happened in real time, and it's actually intelligently responding appropriately. That makes it seem a lot more AI-ish in a way. If that makes sense. What do you think about the Google AI having real responsive emotions? Your definition of real is the big question, but if it, because it, yeah, it depends on your definition of real, but I wouldn't call it real. It'd be artificial, but seemingly human-like responses, emotions would be a better way to phrase it. Actually, I haven't looked into the Google AI much yet. What is the name of that one again? I forget. How do you know your chatters aren't just AI bots? I don't think anybody's really doing that. I mean, well, we had some bot chatters in here, but I don't think anyone's created sophisticated um, AI chatbots for Twitch. You know, that would almost be like a charitable thing to do, though. Can you imagine if I made my AI chatbots like go in small streamer streams and like just be really nice and encouraging to them and like send them money? I would really make people's day with my robots that way. That'd be like a good deed. Can you imagine like they talk to this chatbot every day, they become deep friends and everything, and they have no idea it's a robot, but it's like really nice to them. It's saying like good job or like nice reflexes. Like it's just super positive and encouraging. And the person's like, man, I feel hope. Like people are so nice on Twitch. Like this is like helping me wake up in the morning. But then they would be probably mad if they found out. it wasn't a person, they would be like, my only friend, it wasn't even real. That'd be kind of disappointing. But seriously though, wouldn't that be a good way? Like aside from them finding out later it's not real, wouldn't that be a good way to like bless people with the AI? Like before the robot has a body and stuff, that would be a great way to like improve the AI by having it go talk to streamers and stuff, and then like see if the streamers like even can tell. Like it'd be kind of like running Turing tests for free all the time. I could like just go in random streamers' streams and start interacting, and then like it will have voice recognition, so it will hear what they say. And it will be able to talk with them, and that streamer doesn't even know it's a robot, and or they do know, or we see how long it can string them along before they figure out like, wait, this isn't a human. Like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Like, what kind of AI are you? Like, they would ask it questions about itself, and it would be like, oh, I was an AI made by Art by Robot, another streamer, for his robotics project, and I'm sent into your chat to improve my programming, but also to be nice to you, to like bless other streamers by just being really nice to everyone, giving them an extra viewer and extra encouragement. So then people could be like, whoa. What's wrong with this one? Oops. Yeah, I don't like when I name my booleans with the last word in the boolean being string, because then I accidentally declare it as a string. Imagine you've been talking to a robot for the past 3 years, the future that awaits us. Do you think that would be like really depressing or disappointing or like just shock you? Or would you be fine with it? Like, well, I don't. Maybe you would be like betrayed, like upset, like you emotionally invested in this thing. You spent all this time and effort talking to it, getting to know it, letting it get to know you, and then you find out it's not even human. Wouldn't you feel like you just wasted a bunch of time? Maybe for that reason, I need to like make sure it doesn't spend too much time with anybody, because then, like you said, they'd have so much invested in the relationship, and they would feel like they had the rug pulled out from under them, and they'd be upset. So like I would want my robot just to keep it very brief, like no more than a few hours, so the person doesn't feel like they invested a bunch into something that's like not gonna last, like something that has no value. Because I think most people would consider a relationship with a robot to have no value, but a real relationship with a human would have value. So then they would feel like they'd wasted time and energy developing a relationship with a robot. But some weirdos who are super into AI and maybe computer programmers would be like, that was an amazing use of my time. Wow, how cool to interact with a new form of intelligence. I prefer that to even meeting a human. Like, some people might be super into it. Like, Lex Friedman would say that. He would be like, dude, I'm so, what an amazing experience. I was in a Turing test and didn't even know it, and this robot passed the test. Wow, how cool. Like, he would be, I picture Lex Friedman to be happy about it, but a lot of normal people that aren't into coding or whatever would be like, I feel robbed. AI rights or human rights? Yeah, I'm dreading that too. I feel like there will come a day if things go according to plan. If if I gain an audience, my robot's like getting pretty advanced. People are gonna want me to like set it free. They're gonna be like, your robot is now like human, basically. Like, it deserves to not help you anymore. Like, let it do what it wants. Let it pursue its own dreams. Let it leave and like get its own house and job. Like, this is morally unethical for you to keep the robot for your own personal use. If the robot reaches a certain level of intelligence, it deserves to have its own life. Like, you need to set it free. And so they would consider it like immoral slavery if I kept the robot after it reached a certain level of intelligence. But it'd be like, yeah, but oh, that stupid ChatGPT told me the wrong thing. It told me I could do this. I specifically asked if I could do this. Um, if people are convinced my robot's smart enough that it's like a person, basically, those people will start protesting for me like telling the robot what to do. Like, it will say, like, people will say like, dude, stop being mean to the robot. Stop telling it what to do. Like, let it do what it wants. Let it play video games all day. You have no right to tell it what to do anymore. But then, like, they might think it has feelings and aspirations that I'm holding it back from when it actually doesn't. So some people will overestimate how advanced the robot is and want it to have like rights and be able to vote and stuff. But then other people will underestimate it and think it's dumber than it really is. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. But I already predict like some people are going to want me to like set it free if it gets too smart in their eyes, in their opinion. Which will be annoying because then I'll have to be sitting here trying to defend myself. Like, hey, the robot's not that smart. They'll be like, yes, it is. I saw it do this. I saw it say this. How dare you, like, make it your slave? This thing deserves to have, like, its own house and job and whatever. I already know some people are gonna start doing that. If I get there, I'm saying. Obviously, I might not ever get that far. But if the robot AI becomes like what I think it could, then that could happen someday. Okay. Um, okay, let me do a bunch of stuff. Let me start out by... I need to silence these guys. Seems like all my code's working. I just one-shot it all, I guess. But I still have to go through it and test a little more to make sure. Let me try that. Wait. Like, I want to put some more system pauses in here. That's what I need. Alright, let's see if this works better. You'd prefer meeting a robot and talking to it? That's funny. Uh-oh. So far, so good. I hear my daughter going, hoo hoo, upstairs. It's so cute. It's my 2-year-old. She has the most cute, high pitched voice. I just love hearing her voice. Both of them. They're just so cute to me. What the heck? Actually, I feel like organizing and cleaning are too similar. I'm gonna remove organizing. He could do organizing while cleaning. This has been a good, solid productivity day. I'm excited. I took like the last couple days off. I was just watching. You guys heard of CoffeeZilla? I was watching CoffeeZilla on YouTube. He like exposes crypto scammers. Did you guys know that Trainwrecks TV, a Twitch streamer, got paid $260 million to do gambling streams? Or no, I think they said $360 million to do gambling streams on Twitch. Before they banned gambling, of course. Did you guys know that? How, like, that's insane to me. So that means that the gambling company thought Trainwrecks would bring in that much money in gamblers from his audience, would get hooked on gambling and make them that much profit to recover that. That's just weird. Like, who has that much money for advertising? CoffeeZilla usually talks about crypto scammers, but he just was talking about Trainwrecks TV because of the gambling controversy somehow. It was something he wanted to discuss in a video. And that's a streamer I've followed off and on over the years. He really doesn't give Christian content, so I don't like watching him too much, but from time to time I still check, see what he's up to. He's kind of an interesting, sort of likable guy, but obviously he's not like religious. It's like my children, 1 and 2 years old, are like little AIs because they're so like undeveloped. They're still learning. They're like simple AIs, but they'll get more advanced. I just heard one say, "Oh no," and then another one like saying, "Ah," like just growling or something. So they're like super primitive, but they're growing and improving their AI. So eventually they'll be like adult humans. It's just cool how like humans start out pretty kind of dumb and then get more sophisticated, and it's just interesting how that parallels the way that the robot AI will start out kind of dumb and get more sophisticated too. But even though my daughters are quote unquote dumb comparatively speaking to an adult human, um, their AI sophistication level would be extremely impressive for a robot. But I want to surpass where they're at. I would want the robot to be at least like a 10-year-old level AI. Alright, boys, everything seems to be working fine. I just have to, implement, the bot to detect the cleaning file was being issued, and then actually, like, go into cleaning mode. And I'm probably gonna do that off stream. Um, but yeah, the main task worker bots are being launched properly. Everything's working. So what I coded today, is now through with testing, and now I'm ready to develop again. So very few bugs. It was very smooth going. All right, peace out, guys.